YouTube. Just let me adjust my camera here. Oops. And we can go ahead and get started. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad, the Egyptian cook, and for today's live, I will be making an Egyptian-style beef steak that we call boftik. Right here, I have this giant piece of lahma. Lahma is meat in Arabic. For those of you who are new to my page, lahma is meat in Arabic. This cut specifically is the eye of the roast. This is a 4-pound cut of meat. The eye of the roast is essentially a boneless cut of meat found on the back leg of the cow. So this is what I will be using to prepare this Egyptian style boftik, also known as a fried beef steak. It is absolutely delicious. It is very simple to make. It just takes a few simple ingredients and some seasonings, and it is absolutely delicious and worth making. So this is essentially going to be the behind the scenes of what happens when I record my videos that I post to my social media pages for those final cuts that you see on my social media platforms. So first things first, the first thing I always do for when it comes to recording these recipe videos is I record all of my voiceover audio for said recipe video. So here I have 5 pages of instructions that I have to record in terms of like in the format of a voiceover that I will be editing into the video. As you can see here, the reason for the large font, I do have I do have a vision disability, a form of macular degeneration called Stargardt's disease. So with that being said, my vision is limited, so there are certain things that I have to do differently. One of those, as you can see, is the size of my font when it comes to reading. This is a size 28-point font in Arial format in Microsoft Word, and I have to hold it so closely. So as you watch me record my voiceover audio, you will notice I'm holding it much closer. Another thing as well too, when it comes to interacting with the comment section, even though my phone is right in front of me, for one, I can't even see myself on either of my phones right now because it's just too far away for me to see, even though it's basically in within arm's reach from me. So with that being said, things are done a little bit differently, but that is okay. So first things first is recording the voiceover audio. One thing that you'll notice is that some sections, or not sections, but some of the instructions are highlighted. That is essentially my way of telling myself for those steps specifically that I will have to adjust my camera up so that way it is focused on me and I will actually say whatever that instruction is as I am doing, like acting out whatever that said step in the process is. So as you can see on the second page, there's a few there are a few more lines that I have to do like in that style as well. Let's see how page 3 looks. Page 3, just one line. And then let's see, page 4. Oops, that was page 5. There we go. Page 4 looks like just two of my lines, 2 of the steps will be up on me. And then for the final page, that's essentially where I include my ingredients for everything I'm going to be using. So basically everything above my finger is the end of it. And that's the best part where I say Yallah Bismillah and I get to eat. So let's go ahead and get started. I need to set up my camera. Let me get a little bit more lighting in here as well. Oops. First, I need to plug this in, both for the battery and also for it to connect to this monitor. Tilt this monitor like so. Over here, I just have essentially all of my ingredients that are laid out. I still need the eggs and the flour. I'm also going to need my cutting board, knife, and a few other things. So let's go ahead and get started in the process of turning this giant piece of lahma into an Egyptian style fried beefsteak called buftik. Okay. So this is all just my old footage from my last video where I made an Egyptian style kushri. If you have not watched that video, definitely go watch it. It is posted to my TikTok, and it is also posted to my YouTube, and you can also find it on my website, theegyptiancook.com. I'm also going to temporarily turn this off while I do my voiceover because my refrigerator likes to make a lot of side noises that interferes with the microphone, and it picks up on it. It's just not, I just don't like having that noise interference when it comes to my voiceover portion of the recording. So let's go ahead and get started. Be right back. I'm so sorry. All right, no more interruptions. I'm using the eye of round roast. Did I start that? I think I started that too early. So it may have cut out the beginning. Nope. I'm good. Which is a cut of lahma from the rear leg of the cow. Slice it into thin fillets no more than 1/2 of an inch thick. Now think happy thoughts. And use a meat mallet to pound each fillet to further tenderize it. Transfer the lahma to a large bowl. I'm going to redo that one. Then transfer the lahma to a large bowl. Now add roughly chopped onions to a food processor. And blend it until it is fine. Transfer the onions to a strainer. Or cheesecloth and squeeze out all of the juices over the lahma. Season the lahma with ground coriander, paprika, sea salt, and black pepper. Put on your imaginary gloves and mix this really well. As the lahma marinates, let's make the salad. The shredded onions go into a large bowl. Add sea salt, and a splash of white vinegar. Mix it really well. The vinegar will help reduce the harsh raw onion taste. Add diced cucumbers, diced tomatoes, chopped parsley, fresh lemon juice, sea salt, black pepper, and white pepper. Mix all. Let's try that again. I don't know why I stumbled like that. Take two. Mix all the ingredients well. And you just made a variation of an Egyptian style salad. One bowl gets flour mixed with the same seasonings used on the lahma. I don't like how I said that. I don't like my tone. Let's try it again. Let's get rid of that one. One bowl gets flour mixed with the same seasonings used on the lahma. I don't know. Did I say it the same? I don't know. I don't know. The first, that one kind of sounds similar, like my tone to the first one. I don't know. Let me try it again. I'm just thinking the flow of this, because this is the part where we go into the breading, and right before that, I have a line where I say, now let's set up the breading stations. But when I say that line, I'm actually going to have the camera up on me. Like, I'm not going to be holding my notes. I'm actually going to be holding either something, or the camera is going to be on me with the breading station set up. So I want my tone for that section of, for this section of the cooking process to flow in its own way. So let me try this again. One bowl gets flour mixed with the same seasonings used on the lahma. The second bowl gets beaten eggs. The third and final bowl gets the breading. First, dredge the lahma in the seasoned flour. Shake off any excess flour. Then dip the lahma in the... Nope. I was about to say seasoned eggs, like I started saying this. I don't know why I didn't even write seasoned eggs. So let me try this again. So get rid of that one. Take two. Then dip the lahma in the eggs. I didn't say it, but I was thinking it, so I paused for too long in between my words. Let's try this again. Then dip the lahma in the eggs, ensuring full coverage. That's what I'm trying to say here, people. Let's see if I can get it on the third try. Then dip the lahma in the eggs, ensuring full coverage. Finally, coat the lahma with the breadcrumbs. Over high heat, shallow fry the lahma for about 3 to 4 minutes per side. Only flip the lahma one time. The boftik should have this crispy golden brown crust. Once fried, transfer the boftik to a plate lined with paper towel to absorb any of the excess oil. Now listen to this crust. That's going to be the part where I take the knife and just, glide it against the crust, so people who like to hear that nonsense can hear it. to serve buftik, garnish it with fresh parsley, a side of Egyptian-style pickled lemons, and this Egyptian-style salad. Okay. That's all my lines that, well, in terms of for the voiceover recording that I need to record, all that I do have some other audio recordings I need to, well, verbal recordings that I need to shoot, but that cannot happen until it comes time for said step in the process of making this Egyptian style buftik. One of the first ones I have to do is is my intro, essentially, where I say start this recipe with some lahma. So that's going to be a simple a simple shot where I'm going to, well, essentially I'm going to have this piece of lahma on a cutting board, and I'm essentially going to show that as I am saying said line. So let me go ahead and get myself set up. So tilt that this way, so it's vertical. I need to adjust my camera as well. See how we look. All right, we should be okay. All right, set that there. Cutting board for the lahma. Knife. And then right behind you guys are my bowls. I'm going to use the giant one here. So let's set that there. What else do I need? The meat mallet. I'm also going to need this, the strainer. Here's the meat mallet. All right. So I'm actually going to bring you guys over here. So let's go on a little trip. Oops. So that way you could have a better point of view. The only time that I will be out of view is when I go around the counter to adjust my camera. But for the time being, you guys will remain over here. Let's see. Hopefully you guys can see everything okay. Just let me put this here. Let's see how this looks. One second, I'm just adjusting how it is on YouTube. And then one more slight adjustment for TikTok. All right, we should be okay, I hope. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get started. So right now, I just need to set this piece of lahma onto the cutting board. Then I'm going to record my intro line where I say, start this recipe with some lahma. That will be the first shot, and then the second shot will be where I say lahma is meat in Arabic. So let's go ahead, right. I'm going to get rid of this, as well as the plate, and I'm going to wash my hands as well. So I will be right there in just a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Here's my remote. Start this recipe with some lahma. Let's review it. Start this recipe with some lahma. Okay, it should be okay. Lahma is meat in Arabic. Let's review it. When I review these shots, I want to make sure that everything's in focus, like in terms of the lahma and myself, and even just to listen back to what I say to make sure I say it right. Lahma is meat in Arabic. Okay. Going to review the first one again. Start this recipe with some lahma. Should I hold it up? I'm going to do it like that instead. So let me get rid of that one. I'm essentially holding it closer to camera so it focuses more on the lahma, and then it's going to blur me out just like a little bit. So I'll do it like that for this first shot. Start this recipe with some lahma. All right, let's see how it looks. It should be okay. Start this recipe with some lahma. All right, next shot. Oops. I just hit record, then stop on that shot. So let's get rid of that clip. Then we can move forward with this next one. Lahma is meat in Arabic. Now let's see how that one looks. Lahma is meat in Arabic. Okay. Lahma is meat in Arabic. All right, that one's good. All right, this can go down here like so. Oops, this is upside down. All right, so for these next shots, it's essentially all of my voiceover recording that you guys just watched me go through and record. So I need to adjust this camera down so it's focused on the lahma. And essentially this is going to be the part where I had said I'm using the eye of the brown roast, which is a cut of lahma from the rear leg of the cow, slice it into thin fillets no more than ½ an inch thick. So as I'm saying all of that, the camera's going to be down. Well, considering that I already did say it, camera's going to be adjusted down to focus on the lahma as I am slicing it. I haven't even started cooking yet, and my stomach, I don't know if you guys could hear that, is already growling. Just adjusting my camera, just trying to get a good angle and zoom for this next part. All right, here we go. All right, so all the lahma is sliced. I'm using blah, 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 blah. Slice it, okay. next shot. Just going to hold a piece of it up. All right, that should be okay for that shot. That's essentially, it's focused on that piece of lahma and it blurs out the background of all of this. And it's the part where I had said slice it into thin fillets, no more than ½ an inch thick. Now think happy thoughts. All right, can move this to the side. Let me grab a plate for this. Be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Just grabbing a plate over to my side. All right, I can set this over there. All right. Now this is the part where I tenderize it. I'm going to wash my hands really quick so that way I can adjust the camera angle. So I will be right back as I do that. So just bear with me here, please, and thank you. Where's the meat mallet? There we go. Actually, I should just keep it how it is. I think this should be okay. But what I will need to do I do need to move all of this out of the way. Okay. Put that there. Put this one to the side, like so. Actually, I am going to adjust the camera angle, considering I'm not having. I'm only going to have like one to two pieces of lahma on the cutting board at a time as I'm tenderizing it. So I will adjust the camera angle. So be right back. Washing my hands again so I can get that situated. All right, let's get this situated. You guys are going to remain as is for the time being. It's my main camera that I use for recording my recipe videos is what is currently being adjusted. Like that. Let's adjust the zoom. All right, much better. So now this piece of lahma is center screen, and all of the focus is on that. All right, let's tenderize the lahma. All right, none of this is going to make any rattling noises. We should be good to go. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so it should look like that. That first piece did splash all over the place. Who knows, it maybe got on my dress shirt too. A lot of you are always commenting on how I cook but never make a mess. That is actually quite the opposite. There are many times where I do make a mess. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the final piece. Let me go ahead, move this out of the way, and clean up the counter and get ready for my next shot. So I'm going to wash my hands and be right back. All right, first let me wipe all of this off. I'm going to come back with some soap. And we will be good to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on to the next shot that I need to take. It's essentially where I drop all the lahma into this bowl. So let me get myself set up for the shot. All right, that should be okay. So I'm going to drop them in one by one. And then when it comes time for me to edit this video, I'm going to take each individual piece. I'm going to cut out all the time in between. That way it's just a constant flow of each piece, you know, falling into the bowl. So that's that shot, getting rid of this plate. Be right back. All right, up next is the onions. So let's go ahead, get situated for that. So this can go to the side actually. I need the cutting board, which is over here. Move this pot out of the way. Oops. I'm going to wash my knife because I need that for the onions now. Knife. All right, this next step is fairly simple. I'm just going to roughly chop these onions because they will be going right into the, what's it called, food processor. The whole purpose of doing that is essentially to break down the onion for it to be really fine, and then it will make it easier for you to extract its onion juices or onion water, whatever you want to call it. It's same difference. There's the first one. Oops. Still had the skin on, so we should be okay. That's number 2. Let's go ahead and get onion number 3. Let me go clear off my cutting board. Like I said, we are just simply roughly chopping these because they will be going into the food processor. All right. So that takes care of that. So I wash my hands. I'm going to bring the food processor over to the counter. So that way it is in view. I'm going to adjust my camera angle. And then we can move forward with this next step. All right, so let's move this out of the way temporarily. Now I'm going to adjust my camera so that way I can get this next shot in order. It looks like, what's going on here? What happened? What happened on TikTok? Live discontinued, your live was discontinued due to inactivity? What? All right, let's try this again. Let me try this again. Bear with me, YouTube. I apologize for the minor inconvenience. Let's try this again. All right, TikTok. Welcome back to my live. This is a new live. I did not realize that I was kicked from the live due to inactivity. I think that which I didn't realize, it was probably the TikTok, like every once in a while will have that puzzle piece come up on the screen for you to verify that you're there, whatever the case is. And I guess I missed that, was not paying attention. So it told me that my live was ended due to inactivity. So, okay. So let's go ahead and continue with this. So for those of you on TikTok who are just joining back in, welcome back to my kitchen. I am Mohammed the Egyptian Cook. And for today's live, I am making Egyptian style boftik, which is or Egyptian boftik, which is an Egyptian style fried beef steak. Thus far, I have, in the previous slide before it ended, I sliced the lahma, I tenderized it, and it is currently in this large bowl. Up next, for this portion of the recipe process, I just finished roughly chopping these onions right here, and then they're about to go in this food processor. to make them nice and fine, so that way we can extract the onion juices or onion water. And the onion juices is essentially going to be the primary base to the marinade for this Egyptian style fried beef steak called buftik in Egyptian culture. So let me move this out of the way just for a moment. So I apologize to those of you on TikTok who are back in, who were part of the original live for this. All right. This can go off. All right, so that's the onions. Let me put the lid on and let's go ahead and blend. Okay, blend it until it is smooth. Let's turn this on. First page. So I think up next I'm going to nope, until it is fine. Oh, no camera adjustment. Pushing down the sides. Then I'm going to give it one more quick blend. And we should be good to go. Should be okay. Can move this out of the way now. Right, this can be moved to the side. Don't need the cutting board over here right now. We'll come back to it later. Okay, back with the lahma. I need to adjust the camera angle. All right, let's see how this looks. All right, where's the strainer? All right, this should be okay. So keep the strainer. So essentially, in terms of the point of view for this next shot, the strainer is like much closer to like almost the top of the screen. So like when you're going to be watching this on your phone for like the final cut, strainer is going to be like nearly at the top, and the lahma, the bowl of lahma, is essentially will be in the center of the phone screen. Transfer the onions to a strainer or cheesecloth and squeeze out. Okay. So this is going to be two different shots. One where the camera's focused, like as I just described right now, it's going to be focused on the strainer and the lahma. And then I'm going to adjust the camera up, so where the camera is up on me, and you will also be able to see the bowl of lahma and everything like as a whole, like me straining the onion juices into it. And I'm actually going to have some recording lines to record as I am squeezing the onion juices into onto the lahma. All right, let me get this blade out of here. I'm going to give this a quick wash and rinse so none of this crusts up on it. So be right back. All right. I need a spoon. This. Remote in hand. Let's go ahead and get this next shot. I'm going to take that shot again. I'm not going to put as much onion into it, so that way I can get a really good squeeze out of it. So actually, let me take some of this out right now as I'm doing this. That way I can get a much better squeeze. Let's see. I'm going to grab a bowl. So after I squeeze it, I'm just going to transfer it all to this bowl. All right, let's try this shot again. So that's just me transferring it to the strainer. Let me get myself situated. Then we can go ahead and get this shot. All right, that should be the shot that I need for the close-up. Then I need to adjust it. I'm going to finish this, this scoop off. Then I'm going to adjust the camera up onto me because I do have a recording line that I need to say as I am doing this. Round 3. All right, let me go ahead, adjust my camera up. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just walking around the counter to be able to reach the camera and adjust the angle up. closer to me. Okay. Need to make another adjustment. Be right back. Move this to the side. Like so. After this part, this is where I say using the onion juice is key for making Egyptian boutique. Using the onion juices is key to making Egyptian boutique. All right, here we go. Using the onion juices is key to making Egyptian boutique. Let's see how that looks. Let's see if juices actually came out as I was saying it. Hopefully it did. Let's see. Using the onion juices is key to making Egyptian boutique. I'm going to do it one more time. The first one's okay, but I'm going to do a second one. And when it comes time for me to edit, I'll compare and make my decision from there. Using the onion juices is key to making Egyptian boutique. Using the onion juices is key to making Egyptian boutique. I don't think that squeeze was as good, considering that I had squeezed from it earlier. Let's see how it looks. Using the onion juices is key to making Egyptian. Nope. Let me try it again. Using the onion juices is key to making Egyptian boutique. I think that one was much better. Let's see. Using the onion juices is key to making Egyptian boutique. We should be okay. Just going to turn off this camera because it has been on for quite some time and it does tend to overheat after, especially like every hour of use, it likes to overheat. So now I can just go through and squeeze the life out of these onions, or I should say squeeze the juice out of these onions. Then after this, we're going to add some seasonings to this. And then we're going to let it marinate. And then while we let it marinate, we're going to repurpose these leftover onions to make a salad. And then we're going to go back to the lahma and prepare it for the frying. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad the Egyptian Cook. Right now, we are working on making an Egyptian style fried beef steak called buftik. Over here to the side, in the food processor, I have these onions that were blended. It's just simply onions, no other ingredients or foods in here. Just onions that were blended to make it nice and fine, like so. So that way we could squeeze out all of the onion juices. The onion juice is the key ingredient for marinating the lahma. Down to the very end of the onions. If some of the onions fall in there, that's okay, it won't hurt. That's just flavor. Right, do this. We are almost there, ladies and gentlemen, for this portion of the preparation. All set with the strainer. All set with the food processor as well. Move this to the side. I can turn my camera back on because I do have another recording line. Save all the onions. Save all the onions because I will show you how to make it. So originally I wrote, save the onions, I will show you how to make a salad with it. I don't like how that sounds now that I'm saying it out loud and I'm standing right here. When I was sitting at my computer, it made more sense. Save the onions. This recipe. Save all the onions for later in this recipe. After squeezing the onion juice, save the onion, save all the, how can I say this to where it makes sense? So prior to that, that's where I said transfer the onions to a strainer and then squeeze out all the juices over the lahma. Using the onion juice is key for making Egyptian bifteck. Be sure to save all the leftover onions. Be sure to save all of the leftover onions. It's still an incomplete, even though it's a complete sentence, it's still like an incomplete thought. Be sure to save all the leftover onions, because how did I say it later on? As the lahma marinates, let's make the salad. As the lahma marinates, let's make the salad. The leftover onions from earlier. Be sure, so I just said be sure to save the leftover onions. As the lahma marinates, let's make the salad using the leftover onions. Okay. So later on, I just have to re-record the line where I say, as the lahma marinates, let's make the salad. Let's make a salad using the leftover onions. So that way it will go with what I just recorded right now. And then I have to re-record the other line where, because originally I said the shredded onions go into a large bowl, so I'm going to eliminate that line. But then it will change my next line where I say add sea salt and a splash of vinegar to the leftover onions. So a few revisions being done here on the fly. Okay. Now back to the lahma. I need to review that last shot of me with the onions, and then we can go back to the lahma. Be sure to save all of the leftover onions. Okay. Very good. Now let me adjust the camera down onto the lahma. So just one moment as I make that adjustment, please and thank you. All right, up first is where am I? Ground coriander, paprika, sea salt, and black pepper. So it's a simple, very simple spice blend that I will be using. First is some ground coriander. That was the coriander. Up next is the paprika. I am going to have a recording line coming up. First, I have to mix it while the camera is still positioned down onto the lahma. Then I have to adjust the camera up, and I have a recording line to do. going to go wash up so I can adjust the camera angle. Oops. Why did I just hit record? Let me get rid of that clip. Be right back. All right, I need to adjust the camera up. This next part, because I do have a recording line. So bear with me, please, and thank you. Okay. Onions. Let this marinate for a few hours. Some already splashed up. Let this marinate for a few hours. This marinate. Let this marinate for a few hours. Let this marinate for a couple hours. Okay, so that one should be okay. I still have one more to record. Let this marinate for a couple hours. I'm going to try it again. Let this marinate for a couple hours. This one should be okay. Then I can move on to my next recording line. Let this marinate for a couple hours. Okay. That one's okay. Now on to the next one. Okay. This one should be fun. Hopefully I can get it on the first take. I'm gonna change. I'm gonna I'm gonna re-record my first one, even though I'm okay with how I said it. Just, I don't know. I'm just gonna re-record it just to be safe, so that way it can lead up to this next one. Let this marinate for a couple hours. I'm not even gonna watch it. I'm just going for it. It felt right. Okay. Move some of those here, there. Oh, but I don't want to wait that long. Okay, خلاص. Go outside and fly a kite. I think that one was okay. It probably could be better, but let's see how it looks first. And we'll go from there. We'll make our decision from there. Let me check it one more time. Oh, that's the wrong clip. There we go. I'm gonna record that one more time. I think this one's okay, but you know, we'll see how it goes. I'll have two to choose from. Oh, but I don't want to wait that long. Okay, خلاص. Go outside and fly a kite. I didn't like my hand gesture on that one, so I'm gonna do what. You know what? Let's see. Hand needs to be a little bit more dramatic. It's all about the body language. This part, anytime I have to record this part, like the okay khalas in my recipe videos, like it always cracks me up every single time. All right, let's try this again. Just for good measure. Oh, I don't want to wait that long. Okay, خلاص. Go outside and fly a kite. Oh my goodness, this is. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. All right, no more screwing around. Let me go wash my hands. Then I'm gonna clean up the counter, and we can move on to the next step. I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go grab a fresh towel for me to use. All right, I am back. Let me just move this to the side for now. Needs it cleaned up. But splashed up. So let me just wipe this off. Paper towel first, then I'll come back with some soap. And we we will be good to go. For those of you joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad the Egyptian Cook, and we are working on making an Egyptian style fried beef steak called buftik. So right now, we just completed putting together the marinade for the lahma. So we're going to let it sit for a little bit while we're waiting on the lahma to marinate. We are going to prepare a salad, and we're also going to be cleaning up the kitchen and then getting ready for the next step or the next portion of preparing this, which will be setting up the breading station and going from there. Looks like something popped up on my TikTok screen. I don't know what this is. What's going on here? Hold on, let's see. Oops. I don't know what's going on here, but it is what it is. I don't know, maybe somebody I couldn't read it in time because I was trying to zoom in on my screen to see what it said. Whatever. So here's the lahma right now. Here you go, TikTok. Here you go, YouTube. So this is this cut of meat is the eye of round roast, which is essentially a boneless cut of meat found on the rear leg of a cow. I cut it into about no more than a 1/2 inch fillets, and then I tenderized it, and then we blended a whole bunch of onions in the food processor. And then the reason for that is just to get it nice and fine like this. Then I pushed it through a strainer to extract all of the onion juices, which was used as the base for the marinade for the lahma. And then I also added, in terms of seasonings, ground coriander, paprika, sea salt, and black pepper. So 4 seasonings plus the onion juices for the marinade for the lahma. Over here is the leftover onions from earlier. I'm actually going to repurpose this to make a salad. So the lahma can go just right over here for now. I'm actually going to turn off this camera during this portion because right now it's essentially just preparing the veggies and the other ingredients, and also cleaning up my kitchen from what needs to be cleaned. So first things first, let me go ahead and actually, because it's starting to get crowded over by the sink area from especially from the food processor. Let me go ahead and get that cleaned up. I don't like to let it sit out for too long after using it. Plus I have this cutting board and stuff that I need to clean up. So let's do this. And then we can head back over, make the salad, and plus we still have some time as we let the lahma marinate. Here's the blade from the food processor. meat mallet can go in the dishwasher. Spoon can go in there too. Knife can go in there. And the rest can be hand washed. Oops. Last thing, just give my knife a good wash. Then we can head back over behind us to the kitchen island. Now what's happening on my screen? Oh, this is that thing that I did not do last time. Where is it? What the hell? One moment. I can't even see what this says. Which of these objects carry anchors? Seriously. How am I supposed to see any of these? I got it wrong. I can't even, these pictures are way too detailed for me to see. Come on, TikTok. No wonder why I got kicked from the last one. Which of these objects is used for sitting? I can't even, these pictures are way too, like, come on. This is really stressful. I hate doing these verification things because I can never see what's what. Which one of these objects is a musical instrument? Okay, that looks like a guitar right there. It's got to be the one to the right. I can't tell what the rest of this nonsense is. Please, come on. Let's try this again. I wish you guys could see like what I'm looking at right now, because this is like near impossible for me to actually it's too small for me to see. Which of these objects is sweet and juicy? What? Come on. I don't know how I'm going to be able to get past. I like legitimately cannot see any of this. Which of these objects are used for sitting? Okay, that's a football, but some of these other things are just too small for me to see. No, that's not it. That's another football. Okay. I can't tell if there's any more. It's like making you. Is that one right there? Please let this be it, please. Let's try this again. Which of these objects breathes through a blowhole? They're making this way too small for me to see. Thank God. That was really stressful. Come on, TikTok. Like, how are you going to have like a very detailed graphic with all of these super small, fine like pictures and expect somebody who is visually impaired to pick it out? It took me like 10 tries. Like, come on, TikTok. Like it's tough enough as it is, like the ones that come up with where it tells you type in the letters and they're all like overlaid. Like I struggle enough as it is with those, and now you're going to make me pick out super tiny dolphins out of a picture that are like blended in. Like what is this? Where's Waldo? Like get out of here. Come on, TikTok. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to our placement over here in the kitchen. Where did I put that towel? I don't even know. Right now we're going to be working on the salad. So we're just going to be preparing some ingredients, some veggies. Actually, we're gonna go back over to the sink really quick as I give all this stuff a quick wash. Let's go back over here. The cucumbers. Up next are some tomatoes. That's all the veggies. Now let's go back to the kitchen over here. Just one moment. Just plugging in my phone to the charger during this time. So right now I'm just going to prepare the veggies for the salad. Once I have it all prepared, then I'll turn on my other camera, record the shots that I need, and then we can move forward with the next steps. Let me get rid of all these ends. I'll be right back. For preparing the cucumbers, so I'm using these mini cucumbers. I'm slicing it into quarters and then into little, and then dicing it that way. So each cucumber gets sliced long ways into quarters, and then cutting it into little pieces. That's all the cucumbers. Just setting it in a bowl for now. Oops. Now let's work on these tomatoes. First things first, remove the tomato pit. That's one. That's two. That's three. And that is four. Be right back. those are all set. Need to clean up my mess. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now we need to bring back this other cutting board. Don't need this knife, but I do need this knife. Now what's on my screen? I don't know what's going on with TikTok. I think that was, it just disappeared. I think that was somebody trying to co-host or whatever the case is. I'm not going to do that. If that's what it was, I'm not going to do that. Not while I am cooking. Got some parsley that needs to be chopped. think this should be okay for the parsley. Let's wash up. Oops. All right, let's move this out of the way. Let's get ready to take our next few shots. Where am I? Let this marinate. So the lahma is currently marinating, okay? As the lahma marinates. All right. This is the part where I need to re-record my lines. So I need to turn this camera back on. Okay. I need to go back to that old clip because where I was holding the onions up, because I did change my line for that one as well. So how did I say it here? Just bear with me as I find this clip. There we go. Oops, wrong button. Be sure to save all of the leftover onions. Be sure to save all of the leftover onions. Okay. As the lahma marinates, let's. Okay. So I can hold this like this. As the lahma marinates, let's make a salad using the leftover onions. Should I do this? Should I pick it up? Need that paper towel. Okay. Okay. As the lahma, let's make a salad using the leftover onions. As the lahma marinates, let's make a salad using the leftover onions. Okay, that should be okay. All right, we got this. As the lahma marinates, let's make a salad using the leftover onions. I think I pointed too soon. Let me try it again. As the lahma marinates, let's make a salad using the leftover onions. Let's see how that one looks. As the lahma marinates, let's make a salad using the leftover onions. Now it should be okay. I think. I don't know. Let's try it again. It won't hurt. Oops. As the lahma marinates, let's make a salad using the leftover onions. See how that one looks. I think this one will be better. Let's see. As the lahma marinates, let's make a salad using the leftover onions. Let's try this again. As the lahma marinates, oops, wrong button again. As the lahma marinates, okay. How can I do this? Let's make a salad using the leftover. As the lahma marinates, let's make a salad. Let's prepare a salad using leftover onions. Let's prepare. I don't know why my mind keeps on blanking on this part. I think it's because, I'm about to say let's prepare a salad. I don't want to prepare a salad, okay? I want to prepare more lahma. But, I'm not going to waste all of this onion, so that's why I'm doing this. If it was a regular day, I would not be making this salad. Let's prepare a salad using these leftover onions. Let's prepare a salad using these leftover onions. Let's see how that looks. Let's prepare a salad using these leftover onions. I could even just do the voiceover for it, and then I could change the angle of the camera down. So I still show myself as I say, while the lahma marinates, so that I think that's okay. Or I could do both. Actually, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do both as a voiceover. And I'm going to have, instead of having the camera up on me, I'm going to have it focused on, as I'm saying, as the lahma marinates, the camera is going to be focused on that instead of on me, like how I had it originally. So as the lahma marinade, so now let me, all right, let me move the camera forward. All right, so I'm going to do this just as a voiceover. So as the lahma marinates will be clip 1, and that then I'll have the camera, then I'll adjust the camera down onto the bowl once I record my voiceover. So as the lahma marinates, let's prepare a salad using the leftover onions. Then I have to adjust my other line where I say add sea salt. Add sea salt and a splash of white vinegar. All right, we got this. As the lahma marinates, let's prepare a salad. Let's prepare a salad using the leftover onions. All right, so it's going to be 2 different recordings for it. As the lahma marinates, okay, that's clip 1 or voiceover 1. Let's prepare a salad using the leftover onions. Okay. First add sea salt. And a splash of white vinegar to the onions. All right. That's technically 3 and 4. Yeah. Alrighty. So now I can adjust this camera down onto the lahma. Okay. All right, so that's just me doing the gesture as I'm saying, while the lahma marinates. So that'll be a voiceover. Slide that out of the way. And then we can come in, I'll do like a sliding motion with the onions. And hopefully I stop it in the right place. Let me put this here, and this could be like a little sign for me of where to stop it. Hopefully I can get this in the first shot. Let's see. While the lahma marinates. Okay, I got this. We got this. First try. All right, I need to grab the sea salt and also the black pepper and white pepper. All right. For this first shot, add the sea salt. come in with the white vinegar. Just a splash. I need a spoon. This is the part where I say, where am I? No, I don't say where, I'm trying to find where I am. Oh, I'm on the next page, that's why. Mix it really well. All right, up next are adding the veggies. So in the order of cucumbers, tomatoes, chopped parsley, lemon juice, sea salt, and then the seasonings. All right, so first is the cucumbers. Followed by some tomatoes. Okay. And then the parsley. Oops. Of course. It is what it is. I wasn't even aggressive with how I poured it in there, and yet a lot of it goes onto the counter. Whatever. All right. Up next is the lemon juice. seed went in there. Need to get it out. Oops. I keep on grabbing everything but the seed. Got it. All right, let's try it again with the lemon juice. So I even also accidentally hit the stop recording for whatever reason as I was squeezing the lemon juice. Did not mean to do that. All right, let's try this again. All right. Take two. I did it again, like as I was recording, I stopped, like my finger accidentally pressed it and I did not mean to. And this one had a ton of seeds in it that I need to get out. All right, got all the seeds from that one. I need to get one of those squeezers so that way I can easily catch all the seeds instead of going through this process. That looks like all of them. Now let's add some seasonings. Now sea salt, up next is black pepper, then after that is white pepper. Oops. Where did that spoon go? I had a spoon earlier. Oh, here it is. What do I say over here? Mix all the ingredients well, okay. So I got the shot that I need for the first part. Now I'm just going to mix this while I'm not recording on that camera. And I do have another shot that I need to take. Actually going to do. Let's transfer it to the smaller bowl. So that way I can give it, because it's not full enough in this bowl. Like it is full to the rim, but I want to kind of give it like a mountain effect, I guess you can call it, or look. And plus, when it comes to me plating this, I don't want to have it in this giant bowl. I think even this bowl was might be too big for the final plate. We'll see. this to the side. I need to clean up my mess as well. And then we can move on to the next shot. All right, for this next shot, I need this spinning table thing. I'm also going to adjust my camera angle to make it much lower. Oh, there's the spoon. Let me try it again. Get rid of this one. Three's a charm, I think that is what they say. So, oops, wrong button. All right, let's try this again. All right, we can set that to the side. You know what? Just going to do that now. Might as well. Because the plate that I'm going to be using for the boftique, it's going to be like a skinny rectangle plate. And this is going to be way too large. So I might as well just do it now, do it right. that was a bit dramatic. Oh my goodness, this is really unnecessary. All this for some salata. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? It is what it is. All right, let me get rid of all the previous ones because it'll be less footage for me to go through as I'm editing. And then we can move back to the lahma right after this. Oop, no, cancel. Keep that one. All right, here we go. All right, that one will do. Put this back in here in the giant bowl so I can move stuff out of the way on the counter because I do have to set up the breading station. This can go back up here. This can go to the side. Here, I'm gonna move the salata all to the side since I do not need it right now. Alright, so that's out of the way. Countertop is clean. What's next? Now let's set up the breading station. I need to adjust the camera up on me and record this line. Now let's set up the breading station. This one should be an easy shot. Now let's set up the breading station. Should I hold anything in my hand? Because it's essentially the flour. I could also set everything up and then adjust the camera up to where it shows everything, but I don't think I'd be able to get all three because I'm going to need, so here's what I need. these two bowls plus this bowl. I don't know, is this technically a bowl? I'm not sure, I don't know. All right, let's see how that last shot looks. We should be okay. Now let's set up the breading station. What I also could do is I could even do it. Oh, let me review that one last time. Now let's set up the breading station. I don't like that I don't have like any type of food or anything like in my hand as I'm saying it. So here's what I'll do. Since the first thing that I'm setting up, since like station 1, I guess you can call it, is the flour. I'm going to add the flour as I'm saying it, because then after that one bowl gets flour mixed with the same seasonings used. Okay. What the hell? Oh, I could. So I guess last time I used the flour, I left the scoop in here. So I went to scoop and I was like, what is, like, why does this feel weird? And I scooped the scoop. Alrighty, let's try this again. Get rid of that nonsense. Let's try it again. I wanted to scoop some flour, not scoop the scoop. Now let's, what am I saying? Now let's set up the breading stations. All right. Get that out of view. Now let's set up the breading stations. Okay, that should be okay, I hope. So this, like right here, that looks okay because it's just about center screen. Now let's set up. Now let's set up the breading stations. Okay. It's only one chance, one shot. Because I'm not gonna, if I mess it up, I'm not going to unscoop the flour out of this bowl and try it again and again. I'm just going for it one time. So we got this. Let me adjust. All right, we should be okay. So hold it about yay high. Now let's set up the breading station. Stations, plural. All right, I got this. We got this. Should I say it while looking at the camera or looking at the bowl? That's why I stopped. Because when I practiced, I was looking at the bowl, and then I just thought to myself, should I do it as I'm looking at the camera, like one fluid motion, or should I I'll do it while looking at the camera. We'll go for it. And what happens, happens. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it while looking at the camera. Hopefully everything lines up. I don't stumble on my words. I get all the flour in the bowl and life is good. Alrighty, we got this. Now let's set up the breading station. I said station, not stations. You know what? I'm done. Whatever. It is what it is. Let's see how it looks. And we'll go from there.
Now let's set up the breading station.
All right. You know what? I'm going with it. I'm using that that clip will be what's used for the final cut. These are what can move out of the way. And what I need to do is I need ground coriander. Okay. Add a little bit more ground coriander. All right. I need a fork as well. Camera angle goes down on the bowl. One bowl gets flour mixed with the same seasonings used on the lahma. All right. Okay, so that takes care of the flour. that takes care of the second station. Third and final station is the breading. All right. So that takes care of the three steps for the breading process. First, the lahma is going to go in the flour, the seasoned flour, then in the beaten eggs, and then the third and did I say bird? I don't even know what I just said. And the third and final step is the breading. So I'm using panko breading for in terms of the breading. Let me give this a quick wipe down. Now I need to change my camera just to zoom a little bit. All right, all my upcoming lines for these shots, they're all focused on the food, but then when it comes to the breading, that's when I have to adjust the camera up. So everything I can do natural, don't have to worry about speaking as I'm recording like those shots that I need. But then when it comes time for the breading, that's when I do adjust the camera angle up. And I do have a couple lines to record. So for those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad, the Egyptian cook. And for today's live, I am making an Egyptian style fried beef steak. So this has been marinating since approximately like 3 o'clock-ish. So it's been, what time is it right now? It is currently 5:27. So it's been marinating for a couple hours now. So this is this cut of meat is actually the eye of round roast, which is found on the rear leg of the cow. It is a boneless cut of meat. And then I marinated it with onion juices. To get the onion juices, what I did is I took some onions, roughly chopped them, then threw it all in a food processor and blended it until it was nice and fine. And then I ran the onions through a strainer to push out all the onion juices. So there's onion juices and then ground coriander, paprika, sea salt, and black pepper. That is what was used to marinate the lahma. It's been marinating for a couple hours now. While this has been marinating, I worked on, I repurposed the leftover onions to make like a variation of an Egyptian style salad. And now we are at the point where we can start the breading process. So actually, let me grab a plate as well, because I will need it for once it is breaded. You can set it to the side on the plate, and we can go from there. So first things first, for the breading process, we got three steps. First is the flour, then the eggs, and the third and final step is, is the breading. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. Did that. Come on, get the page. There we go. Okay, so I do one shot, put it down, and then remove this to the side. I'm like playing musical plates over here. All right, for this shot, so here's how it should look. There you go, TikTok. There you go, YouTube. So I'm just setting this on the plate for now. I'm gonna take another shot of me doing the exact same thing, just in case. Okay. That's good. Flour out of the way. Put this one here. Put this one right there. See how long that last shot is. All right, that should be okay. So originally I had it to where like the shot was up on me, and I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to, because I originally had it highlighted here, like towards the top there. That's just my way of letting myself know that I'm going to adjust the camera angle up as I'm doing said step and saying whatever that is. So I think I'm going to change it and you know what? No, I'm gonna stick to my original. I'm gonna stick to my original. So I do need to wash my hands really quick so I could actually, no, I can get away with doing it just one-handed. It's just gonna take me a little bit more to do, but that's okay. All right. So first line, that's where I say, press it in good so the breadcrumbs hold. Gently shake off any excess breadcrumbs before moving on to the frying process. Okay. Okay. Hold it about yay high. Press it in. There. Press it in good so the breadcrumbs hold. Press it in good so the breadcrumbs hold. Gently shake off any excess breadcrumbs. Press it in good so the breadcrumbs hold. Nope. I did two different things in that one. Let me try it again. Press it in good so the breadcrumbs hold. Gently shake off any excess breadcrumbs before moving on to the frying process. Gently shake off any excess breadcrumbs before moving on to the frying process. Gently tap off any excess breadcrumbs before moving on to the frying process. All right, let's see how that one looks. It should be okay. As long as the piece of lahma is in focus and I'm blurred out, we're good to go. So far, so good.
Before moving on to the frying process.
All right, we're good to go. Set that on the plate. All right, this can go right there. I'm also going to turn off this camera. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I can just go at it with getting this all breaded. So here, let me get myself situated here. Okay, okay. All right, let's do this. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring you guys up here. Oops. Going to tilt the camera down. Oops. YouTube just did a cartwheel. Hopefully you guys can see everything that is being done here. All right, so first up is the lahma, then it goes into the flour, then into the eggs, then into the breadcrumbs, then onto this plate. So first in the flour, shake off any excess, then into the eggs. Ensure that you cover all of the lahma, including the sides. The next step is the breadcrumbs. And like I said, for the final cut of the recipe video, press it in good so the breadcrumbs hold. Gently tap it off, set it on the plate. It's as simple as that. First the flour. Shake off any excess. Then the eggs. Ensure that it's fully covered. final station is the breadcrumbs. Once again, press it in good so the breadcrumbs hold. Gently tap off any excess. Here's how it looks. Onto the plate it goes. We'll do a couple more pieces. Then we will move on to getting ready to fry. First the flour, then the eggs. Then the breadcrumbs. Gently tap off the excess breadcrumbs. And then move on to the next piece of lahma. Don't forget to shake off any excess flour before you submerge it in the eggs. All right, I will do like 1 or 2 more pieces, and then we can move on to the next step, which is frying the buftik. For those of you joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad the Egyptian cook, and right now we are working on making Egyptian style fried beef steak called buftik in Egyptian culture. So right now we are breading the lahma. Lahma is meat in Arabic. We are breading it. And then once we finish the breading process, we will go ahead and fry it. All right, I'm going to do one more piece, and then we will move forward with frying. We are almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to shake off any excess flour before giving it a bath in the eggs. In the breadcrumbs it goes. Press it in really good so the breadcrumbs hold. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's how it should look. There you go, TikTok. There you go, YouTube. All right, they can go on the plate. Be right back. I need to go get clean up my hands. Well, both my hands, but primarily this hand. And then we will set up the frying station. So just bear with me as I move to the side here where the sink is so I can clean off my hands. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get the camera situated again for this next portion of the cooking. Going to have to move some things out of the way. This can go. The seasonings can go to the side for now. All right. All right, just cleaning up my work area before I come in with the next step of frying. All right, turn this camera back on. Need to grab my portable stove, which is over to the side. There's the portable stove. I need to adjust my camera angle. I'm going to adjust the camera angle slightly. This should be a good camera angle. Let's go ahead and get that heat cranked. While that's heating up, fresh plate, and then paper towel. This will be for once it comes out of the oil. We can set it there just to absorb any of the excess oil. I'm actually going to adjust the camera angle a little bit more while we wait for that to heat, for the oil to heat up. I think this camera angle is much better. I just need to adjust the zoom. And then we can go from there. I'm gonna take out some of this oil, just a little bit of it. I think I kind of like a little overdid it. I want to go for a shallow fry, not a deep fry. This should be okay. One more. Now we should be okay, I hope. If not, you know, it is what it is. You know, it could be much worse. All right, I'm also going to swap my charger while we're waiting for the oil to heat up as well. All right. Hoping everybody can see everything okay. Oil's hot. That's one way to test it. All right, without further ado, so we just start. Just gonna go around the world. All right, going to wash my hands really quick. All right, you want about 3 to 4 minutes per side. And when making boftique, you only flip it one time. Kind of like the same concept as a burger. Whenever you're making a burger, you only want to flip it one time. Same thing when making boftique, aka in Egyptian style fried beef steak, you only want to flip it one time. It is on a shallow fry right now, so it is not completely submerged in the oil. So it's approximately 3 to 4 minutes per side. And I'm going to need this plate. Have it ready. I'm actually just going to set it in front of you guys for now. So here is some of the lahma that I have off to the side. It's been marinating for several hours now. Then we rolled it in flour, then eggs, and then the panko breadcrumbs. Here's how it looks before frying. Right now we got the first batch currently frying. So in approximately 2 more minutes, we will give it the first flip. The only flip, I should say. It's already starting to smell really good in here. I'm super excited for this. Minutes and counting, and we will give it a flip. getting ready to flip here. All right, it's been 4 minutes. Let's give it a flip. So at about 6:10, 6:11, my time, we will be taking this out of the oil. So in about 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes. And then for the second batch, I'm going to actually bring you guys up here onto the counter and then give you guys a better point of view of the frying. I just need to record what I need for the final cut of the video, and then I can go ahead and adjust your point of view to give you a better camera angle. Let's check the time. Still got about like less than 2 minutes, roughly 2 minutes. And we can take this out. For this next shot, only one time, I already did that. Next shot, I'm going to take the piece out and I'm going to hold it closer to the camera so the camera can focus on that piece. And then I'm going to plate it over the paper towel plate. And we can move on from there. We can move forward from there, I should say. Let's check the time. All right, 30 seconds and counting. few more minutes, and we can take this batch out of the oil, and we're going to set it on this plate of paper towels. About 1 more minute, and then we can go ahead and take this out of the oil. All right, turn off the flame for that. Don't need this anymore, at least for the time being. Oops. Need to adjust the camera angle. Actually, I'm not going to do that. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Let's just plate it and move on. Going to adjust camera angle. I think I'm going to keep you guys where you are. Should be okay. Oh my goodness, I'm a hot mess. Whatever. It is what it is, people. I would say long hair, don't care, but I mean, I could say long beard, don't care. That still applies. Yeah, I could say long hair, don't care, because my beard is getting pretty wild and long. All right, let's come in with some parsley. Okay, I can move this out of the way. What I forgot to do earlier was prepare the lemons. I wish I had remembered to do that. So I just need to put it here like that. That will be okay. So these are the Egyptian style pickled lemons that I prepared about a month ago. The full recipe video for how I made it is on all of my social media platforms. If you have not seen that video, definitely go check it out. it is both worth watching and making. Just taking out whatever seeds I see. Okay. All right, so the lemons will go right here and the salad will go right here. Okay. And then, where's the salad? I'm losing my mind here, people. Oh boy. Let me adjust the camera angle. To adjust my camera angle for this next. These are the final shots, my talking lines, my intro, blah, 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 and all that good stuff. And then I can say Allah Bismillah and I can eat. Going to adjust you guys since we're at the tail end so you can have a better point of view. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian-style fried beefsteak. You have to try this Egyptian food. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian-style fried beefsteak. This is buftik. This is Egyptian buftik. Egyptian buftik. Okay. I need a spoon for that, unfortunately. Okay, set that there. The full recipe video for how I made these Egyptian-style pickled lemons is on my page. Go watch it. Make sure you go watch it. The full recipe video for how I made these Egyptian-style pickled lemons is on my page. Make sure you go watch it. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. Yalla bismillah. I still have one more shot to take. I need to do the cover, which I completely forgot to do. Bear with me, people. I apologize for this. Okay, I got that. How over? I need to adjust the camera back up again. this again. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style fried beefsteak. You have to try this Egyptian food. Let's make this Egyptian style fried beefsteak. The full recipe for how I made these Egyptian style pickled lemons is on my page. Make sure you go watch it. Okay. I did the yalla bismillah. Okay, I said that. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I can finally eat. But here you go, TikTok. Egyptian style buftik. Here you go, YouTube. Egyptian style buftik. Mm-hmm. Why am I eating salata? I should be eating lahma. Mm-hmm. All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes today's live where I made this Egyptian style boftik, which is a fried beef steak, as well as a variation of this Egyptian style salad. The full recipe video for how I made this will post to my social media platforms no later than Monday, so no more than 2 days from today. What else? Be sure to follow me on TikTok, subscribe to my YouTube as well, and go check out my website, theegyptiancook.com. All my recipes are posted on there with a full, not only is the video attached to each recipe, but also the ingredients list and the step-by-step detailed instructions are all found on my website. So thank you everybody for joining in today. I appreciate all of you as we made this Egyptian style beef fried beef steak, also known as boftik in Egyptian culture. I also paired it with these Egyptian style pickled lemons, which I made about a month ago. That recipe video is also on my page. And to complete the trio, it's a variation of an Egyptian style salad. I also do have a recipe for this posted on my page. But all of this will be in regards to the boftik, the fried beef steak. The full recipe video will post to my page no later than this upcoming Monday. So that concludes today's live. Thank you to everybody who joined in today. I appreciate it. And we will see you next time.